Good morning, councillors. Good morning, executive. And good morning to those joining us through the digital gallery this morning. It's my privilege to declare the ordinary meeting of Tuesday, 4th of April 2023 open. And in doing so, I would just pause and acknowledge the traditional owners of the lands on which we meet, and also that form the footprint of our great region. I pay respects once again to their elders past, present and emerging, and extend congratulations to them on their continued nurture of their culture. I acknowledge the attendance of councillors in full, noting that Councillor McConnell is joining us via teleconference today, and the full attendance of the executive team. Therefore, I have no apologies for today's meeting, but it is my privilege now to invite Pastor Matthew Russell of the Now Church to join us to lead us in prayers. Good morning, Pastor. Thank you for joining us.
Good morning. It's an honour to join you all, and thank you so much for the opportunity to open the ordinary meeting in prayer. Just want to start with a reading of a passage of scripture from Paul's first letter to Timothy in chapter 2, verses 1 to 3. It says, "Therefore I exhort first of all that supplications, prayers, intercessions, and giving of thanks be made for all men, for kings and all in authority, that we may lead a quiet and peaceable life in all godliness and reverence. So this is good and acceptable in the sight of God, our Saviour." Father, we come to you in the name of Jesus Christ. Lord, I thank you for the Honourable Mayor and the other members of council that are represented in the ordinary meeting today. I pray for your grace to be upon them, Lord, that they would lead to the capacity in which you have called them to do so. Lord, we commit to you this meeting and ask for your wisdom, ask for your guidance, and ask for your clarity. Lord, that goals which are set out would be accomplished today, and the things which need to be achieved and discussed would be done so with your guidance and knowledge. We pray these things in the name of your Son, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Thank you for joining us, and thank you for your ongoing work. I'd welcome an opportunity to catch up somewhere in the near future and understand more of your contribution in our community, but you're welcome to continue with us today in the meeting, but understand that you also have things to be busy with if you choose not to do so through the digital gallery. We wish you well and thank you again for supporting us in this way.
Thank you so much.
Councillors, we come to item 5 of today's agenda. Are there any declarations? I've not been advised by the CEO of any. However, one last confirmation. Thank you, councillors. Move to item 6. There are no announcements or mirror minutes for today's meeting. Equally for 7, there are no deputations arranged for today's meeting or petitions that I've been advised of tabling. We therefore come to item 8, the confirmation of the minutes of the prior meeting. We have a recommendation before us, councillors, that the minutes of the ordinary meeting held on the 21st of March 2023 be adopted. I seek a mover. Councillor West, thank you. Any discussion, councillors? Seek a seconder. Councillor Enright, wish to speak to your motion, councillor?
No, thank you.
Anyone else seeking leave to speak? Put the motion. Those in favour? That's carried. Councillor McConnell?
Yes, Councillor McConnell, yes.
Thank you. Apologies, councillor. I'll get back in rhythm for a teleconference. We move to item 9, business arising from the previous minutes. CEO, is there any business to refer back today from prior minutes? Councillors, any matters? Councillor McConnell?
No matters.
Thank you. We move to item 10 and we start with agenda item 10.1, the proposed ordinary meeting dates for June to September 2023. CEO, I'll turn to you.
Through you, Mr Mayor, this is a perfunctory report that outlines the meeting times. Perhaps the one exception is that council is actively looking at trying to hold council meetings outside of Beaudesert. So there is one there scheduled for Burner, and there'll be a closer examination of options once the work has been undertaken at the Bondi Youngman Centre as well.
Thank you for the introduction. Councillors, any points for clarity to the report at this stage? If not, I'll ask the CEO to introduce the recommendation.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. That one, council adopt the following June to September 2023 dates for ordinary meetings, with the meetings commencing at 9:15 on 6th and 20th of June, 4th, 18th of July, 8th, 22nd of August, and 5, 19 September 2023. And 2, that council endorse that ordinary meetings be scheduled in June, September 2023 will be held in the council chambers, 82 Brisbane Street, Beaudesert, with the exception of an ordinary meeting scheduled on 22 August 2023, which will be held at the Cultural Centre, 3 High Street, Boona.
Thank you. I seek a mover. Sorry.
Sorry, that's fine.
Councillor Enright moving. Further questions, councillors? Additional discussion, Councillor McConnell?
Yes, I do, Mr Mayor. The dates in no way stop our previous motions for a committee structure. The working group, talking with the other councillors and with the CEO, has identified some additional processes that councillors would like to bring in, which are councillor portfolios, which would augment a committee, as well as a new councillor advisory committee system that would go out for the community, and the details of these will come in a future ordinary meeting, as well as the state appointed governance advisor peer review of several of our policies and procedures that we need to ensure is done prior to implementation of the committee structure.
Thank you for that discussion, Councillor. Any other discussion? Councillors? Councillor Enright?
Thank you, Mayor. Question through you, perhaps to the CEO. I note the intention to hold a meeting outside Beaudesert, which I support. Noting the 22nd of August has been the one identified to be held in the Cultural Centre at Boona. My question is, what requirements are there to enable that to be facilitated, to enable the meeting to be held within the Cultural Centre, but also to enable the audio to be provided outside to the public?
Through you, Mr Mayor, thank you for the question, Councillor. I might go to the General Manager of Council Sustainability, who is fully aware of what's required.
Thank you, CEO, and thank you, Councillor Enright, for the question. Effectively, the model Council currently uses now will be a portable system with the new microphones and new audio aspects that allows the portability of the system. We will continue to broadcast the meeting as per normal, so there's no restrictions around that aspect. So from the public gallery or the virtual gallery's point of view, it'll be the same regardless of where the meeting is actually housed. So,
sorry. Through you, Mr Mayor, if I may just, and I'm happy to be corrected by the General Manager, but we should also be at the point by the 22nd of August that we'll be able to do a video of the actual council meetings as well, but I'm happy for the General Manager to make a comment there.
that's the intent. Obviously, there's a bit of work to go through with that at this stage first, but that is the intent end goal, to have the video operational, even in the earlier outsets in the Beaudesert chambers. So to test that out, but it'll also be a portable, but that's a work in progress, and we'll certainly bring back to councillors, but there's an intent to activate that option.
Thank you. Further discussion, councillors? If not, I'll seek a seconder. Councillor West,
Second, Mayor.
just by half a fingernail. You wish to speak, Councillor Knight?
Thank you, Mayor. Just briefly, I think it's important that we do provide these meeting dates out for the next 5 months, 4 months maybe, and that this information be provided for the benefit of the public, and I support the opportunity to move meetings through the region, so that's a very positive outcome as well.
Thank you, Councillor. Anyone wishing to speak against? Anyone seeking leave to speak additionally? If not, we put the motion. Those in favour?
Councillor McConnell, yes.
Okay, then that is unanimous. Thank you, councillors. We move to item 10.2 of today's agenda, and that's commences on page 12 of the agenda. And GM, Customer and Regional Prosperity, over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, councillors, executive and those listening online. This morning, item 10.2 is the review of the council policy naming of roads and places RF4.03 CP. The policy the original policy was adopted in September 2020 and it's now due for review, and as councillors are aware, we're undertaking a policy review of all of our policies at the moment. The revised policy and procedure provide a clear guideline to road and place naming, including parks, and only minor changes have been made to the revised naming of the roads and places procedure, which do not equate to a policy change. The updated policy provides a comprehensive guide on the appropriateness of names and technical matters and the processes to be followed, and the operational procedure is presented to the Chief Executive Officer for approval. However, it is provided to Council for completeness. For new roads and places, this policy provides a one-stop shop for developers who can undertake the naming at any point throughout the development process. And for new estates, there is preference for historical naming of higher order roads. Naming at any point throughout the development process for new estates, there is preference for historical naming of higher order roads, while other roads can follow an estate naming theme. Where there is a proposal to rename a road or place, a process for community consultation is provided for, and there can be a number of reasons why this is needed. Firstly, potentially discontinuing an existing name that may have local significance. Secondly, property postal addresses may change. And thirdly, residents are given the opportunity to provide feedback to council on proposed names. So the existing policy that's been in place now for a number of years without issue has now been revised and is recommended to council today for adoption.
Thank you for that introduction. Councillors, any points for clarification at this time? If not, I'll ask you to introduce the recommendations, GM.
Thank you, Chair. The recommendation for your consideration today, councillors, is that 1, council rescind the existing council policy naming of roads and places RF4.03 CP version 1 as adopted 7 September 2020. And 2, that council adopt the updated council policy naming of roads and places policy RF4.03 CP version 2, March 2023. And 3, council note the updated naming of roads and places procedure RF4.03 PR.01 version 2, March 2023, which will be presented to the Chief Executive Officer for approval.
I seek a mover, Councillor Chalk. Further questions, councillors? Any further discussion? Seek a seconder. Councillor McGuinness. Councillor Chalk, you wish to speak?
No, thank you, Mayor.
Anyone seeking leave to speak additionally? If not, we'll put the motion. Those in favour?
Councillor McConnell, yes.
Thank you. That's unanimous also, councillors. We move to item 10.3 of today's agenda on page 32.
Thank you, Chair. The item 10.3 is a policy review, provided draft conditions for development assessments. And I have with me today the Manager of Regional Development, Health and Biodiversity, Mark Lohman, who's going to present this item.
Thank you, and through the Mayor. This report concerns the scheduled review of the Council policy for providing draft conditions to development assessments and notes the supporting procedure which provides the mechanics to the policy. The original policy was introduced as an opportunity to reduce the need for negotiated decision notices. In most cases, the applicants are seeking minor changes or corrections to conditions which do not change the overall effect of the approval. The creation of the council policy seeks to minimise subsequent formal negotiations over conditions, which could have been easily resolved during the assessment process. Ensuring that there are no unreasonable delays in the development once approved, and providing clarity as to when and if draft conditions are issued. The provision of draft conditions is an opportunity to rectify potential oversights or omissions or clarifications by the council or the applicant, rather than an opportunity to negotiate the condition standards themselves. Such matters can be easily resolved. However, the formal negotiated decision notice process involves fees, consultants' costs, council resources, and delays to the project. It is considered judicious to resolve minor matters prior to issuing development conditions. Further, it doesn't limit council from making further changes or indeed refusing the application if appropriate. The provision of draft conditions will not always be required, particularly for simple developments which attract standard conditions. Hence, draft conditions would generally be issued at the officer's discretion or where requested by the applicant. There have been some changes to the draft policy, and I'll just step through those. So the draft policy excludes development applications that would be intended to be considered by council. So they'll only apply to those that are issued by delegation. Also exclude their applications that result from show cause notices or enforcement notices. It has been extended to include minor or other changes and infrastructure charge notices as part of the draft condition process. And the correspondence relating to the issuing of the draft conditions and any response by the applicant would be publicly available on DAP Online. These changes address community concerns and ensure confidence in the policy and its implementation.
Thank you for the introduction. Councillors, any points of clarification to the report in front of you? If not,
Councillor McConnell.
Sorry, Councillor McConnell.
Yeah, through the chair to the council officer, I could. Does giving the draft conditions in any way affect any subsequent appeal within the P&E court?
The short answer is no. The appeals would be in relation to, in most cases, they would be code-assessable. So they'd be in relation to the conditions in any regard. So I don't see how it would impact. They are draft. Council is not committed to those conditions, and that's built into the statements that are provided with the draft conditions. So there's no prospect that they would affect our position in any future court case.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anything further, Councillor McConnell?
No, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Any other questions, Councillor Inman?
Thank you, Mayor. Through you to the manager. What is the time frame that applicants have to respond to the draft conditions?
So when we send them out, we ask 3 days, 3 working days for them to respond. So the reasoning behind what is a fairly short time frame is that we would hopefully be right at the end of the assessment process, and the draft conditions would have been prepared. They'll be checked internally by the case officer as well as probably their supervisor, and so it'll be right at the end of the process. So we want to then obviously progress and issue the approval as quickly as possible. So we're looking at a short turnaround.
Thank you. Further question, Councillor Inman?
I note in the procedures it has minimum of 3 days, and I guess that's advised. So, and I realise that this procedure is under the CEO's control, but it might just need some tightening up of words.
Thank you. Noted.
So,
Councillor.
yeah, a minimum of 3 days. If we can give longer, and if it's within our processes to allow a longer period, we're happy to extend. Yeah.
Okay. Thanks for that clarification. Councillor West.
Thank you, Mayor. My question has been answered. It was about the timelines that the applicant would have. So thank you. I don't need to ask.
Thank you for those clarifications. Any further clarifications, councillors? If not, I'll ask the GM to introduce the recommendations.
Thank you, Chair. The recommendation, councillors, is that 1, council rescind the existing policy providing draft conditions for development assessment RF 04.02 CP version 1 October 2019, and 2, that council adopt the updated council policy providing draft conditions for development assessments RF 04.02 CP version 2 March 2023, and 3, that council note the draft procedure providing draft conditions for development assessments RF 04.02 GL.01 March 2023 will be presented to the Chief Executive Officer for approval.
Seek a mover. Councillor McInnes, thank you. Any further questions, councillors? Any further discussion? If not, I seek a seconder. Councillor West, thank you. Councillor McInnes, you wish to speak?
Yes, Mayor. I think this is a good thing, and I'm glad council officers have done this. I think it'll hurry the process up a bit too for people, and it's still transparent, and I believe it's a step in the right direction.
Thank you, Councillor. Anyone wishing to speak against? Anyone seeking leave to speak additionally? Councillor West.
Microphones. Look, thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to mention too that this is about speeding the process up for development applications, and staff have a lot of other work that they need to be doing too. And I also want to just reiterate that this is something that a number of our neighbouring councils have been doing for a long time. So it's I'm happy to support this motion.
Thank you. Anyone else seeking leave to speak additionally? If not, I will speak additionally. Very supportive of the recommendations and the motion before us. Councillors, we're aware that there has been some misleading commentary circulating, and it's timely to have done the review and timely to have had the chance through our questioning to clarify today that this is a professional process. It doesn't compromise the position of council, doesn't compromise the ability for all parties who might then subsequently be appearing in a matter in the Planning and Environment Court. The reality is it is a process that provides good communication and clarity, and improves the confidence and efficiency both for council officers as well as for those who are seeking to contribute to the economic growth of the region by their investments. And it's a professional process that is used widely across other councils for the same reason, to improve the performance of the process. And I certainly commend the motion to you. Anyone else seeking leave to speak? Councillor McGuinness, you wish to close? We put the motion. Those in favour?
Councillor McConnell, yes.
That's carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. We turn to item 10.4 of today's agenda, commencing on page 51 of the papers for those following along. And again, GM.
Thank you, Chair. Item 10.4 is MCU 22/066. It's a development permit for the material change of use for a medium impact industry for the motor smash repairs and spray booth at 4 Church Street in Boona. And to present this item, I have the Principal Specialist of Development Assessment and Engineering, Joseph Kirkwood, who's going to speak to this item.
Thanks, Deborah, and good morning, councillors and executives. Through the chair, as introduced, this report is for a material change of use for a medium impact industry in the district centre zone of Boonah. Important to note is that this use as a vehicle smash repair has been occurring unlawfully for a number of years and was the subject of a previous refusal by the former council under a former Act and superseded planning scheme. The former Act and superseded planning scheme to the now Planning Act 2016 and the current Scenic Rim Planning Scheme 2020 has involved a number of changes of how applications of this nature are assessed and considered. The decision maker under the Act now may consider other relevant matters. This differs from the previous Act, which expressed that there must be sufficient grounds such as a need, which overrides the other non-compliances with the planning scheme. Compliance with the planning scheme is now accorded the weight that is appropriate in a particular circumstance, by virtue of it being the reflection of the public interest and balanced by the decision maker with other relevant matters. In relation to the public interest, the planning scheme represents the community's reasonable expectation for development. The application also involved public notification for a period of 15 days, where 2 properly made submissions were received in support and none in objection. In relation to this proposed development, the extent of non-compliances with the planning scheme are summarised as follows. The proposed development is not identified within the table of consistent uses and potentially consistent uses for the district centre zone. The proposed development is not co-located with industrial uses within the industry zone, and the proposed development does not facilitate opportunities for landscaping. These non-compliances have been considered in the context of the site, the history of operations, and the ability to impose conditions to achieve a level of compliance with the planning scheme. In considering these non-compliances, matters favouring approval can be considered and are as follows. The proposed development is unlikely to undermine the strategic intent of the planning scheme for the district centre zone, which anticipates industry uses of a lower impact, as represented by this development. The premises has operated historically and on a continual basis with similar uses of an industrial nature, and therefore the proposed development is unlikely to negatively impact on the existing character of the surrounding area. And the proposed conditions will appropriately manage any potential for off-site impacts that are anticipated for the proposed development. Officers do concede that the proposed development may not represent the highest and best use as envisaged for the zone. However, as a weighted balance on the planning scheme, officers are of the view that the proposed material change of use for medium impact industry for a motor smash repairs and spray booth warrants approval. Conditions for noting which form part of the officer's recommendation include the requirements for reverse mirrors installed at the entry points traversing the pedestrian strip along Church Street, dedicated customer car parking spots for receiving of vehicles which do not include the storage of vehicles, installation of a 1.8 metre high acoustic barrier as recommended by the applicant's acoustic assessment, and spray booth certification, which compliance has already been demonstrated in the application material. A number of operational conditions have also been included to minimise the potential for off-site impacts, including the number of vehicles permitted under maintenance at any one time and operational hours. For the reasons outlined in the report and through inclusion of the proposed conditions as outlined in Appendix A of the report, the development application is recommended for approval. I'm happy to take any questions through the chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillors, you have a very comprehensive report in front of you. Are there any points for clarification to the report? If not, we'll move forward and introduce the recommendation.
Thank you, Chair. Recommendation before you is that 1, Council receive and note the report titled MCU 22/066 Development Permit for Material Change of Use for Medium Impact Industry, Motor Smash Repairs and Spray Booth at 4 Church Street, Boonah. 2, that Council approve development application MCU 22/066 despite the non-compliances with the Scenic Rim Planning Scheme 2020, subject to imposition of reasonable and relevant conditions in Appendix A, and in consideration of the following relevant matters favouring approval. A, the proposed development is unlikely to undermine the strategic intent of the planning scheme for the district centre zone, which anticipates industry uses where a lower impact as represented by this development. B, the premises has operated historically and on a continual basis with similar uses of an industrial nature, and therefore the proposed development is unlikely to negatively impact on existing character of the surrounding area. C, the proposed conditions will appropriately manage any potential off-site impacts that are anticipated for the proposed development. And 3, council note that any subsequent request for a negotiated decision notice and or change application to the approval MCU 22/066 will be processed via delegated authority where the changes would not significantly alter the original decision.
Councillors, seek a mover. Councillor Chalk, thank you. Any further questions, councillors? Councillor Enright?
Thank you, Mayor. Through you to the officer or the manager. Given that this operation or this premises has been operating with similar uses for some years, and given that there's a number of conditions outlined in the application report, what is the process then for the applicant to implement these conditions and the time frame appropriate in meeting these conditions?
Thank you, Councillor, and through the Chair. So the conditions themselves do have timing requirements in the, I believe it's column 3. However, most of them take immediate effect upon approval. So the approval has effectively operates at the point of whether the applicant appeals or waives the appeal period. The approval commences effectively. So the expectation is those conditions would be enacted immediately. However, there is a reasonable expectation that some of those conditions do require some time to implement, such as the 1.8 metre acoustic fence, some of the installation around reversing mirrors and the like. So the conditions themselves don't make a specified statement in terms of when those are expected to be implemented, but it would be reasonable to say that within effectively like a 3-month period, we wouldn't be undertaking any enforcement action for compliance with those conditions.
Thank you. Further questions, councillors? Any further discussion? Councillor McInnes?
Yes, Mayor. When this was knocked back by the first Scenic Rim Council, if my memory corrects me, was very divisive in Burner, and it was, and there was a lot of feeling on both sides of the argument in there. It seems to have died down fairly well. I think the conditions that the officers have put on here and the changes that have been made have actually made it better, and I think it is a good idea that this does go ahead, but we can't deny the feeling that it did create at the time, and it probably still does run deep with some people too.
Thank you, councillor. Any further discussion, councillors? If not, I will seek a seconder. Councillor Enright, thank you. You wish to speak your motion, Councillor Chalk?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. It has been a long time coming for the applicant and for the community. There's been a lot of hard work behind the scenes by council officers, and I will take the time to congratulate them for all their hard work and their consideration in this matter. It hasn't been easy to work through, but I think the way they presented this report is really professional, and the conditions, the draft conditions, address a lot of the concerns and are very reasonable and relevant, as mentioned in the proposal. So this puts to bed a long saga, I guess, in the Burner area, and I think it will come as a very welcome from the applicant and the community as a whole. So I do commend this report and thank the officers once again for their work. Thank you, councillors.
Thank you, Councillor Chalk. Anyone wishing to speak against? Anyone seeking leave to speak additionally? Councillor West.
Thank you, Mayor. Look, I also just want to mention this has been a long and challenging application. and certainly they're a small business in our region, contributing to our economy. So I'm very delighted at the outcome today, and also just to thank the officers for really taking a good look at this application. And also, I guess the Act has changed a little too, which has made things a lot easier for them. So this is a very positive outcome. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else seeking leave to speak additionally? I will exercise leave and speak in support of the motion. Certainly concur with some of the prior observations and comments that are pertaining to this location. But the reality is this is a business that has been contributing in this location for an extended period of time. But also the industry has evolved, and as you read in the report, the move to water-based paints rather than solvent-based paints certainly changes significantly some of the exposures around such facilities, and the constraints that are within the conditions in today's report highlight that dealing with some of these legacy circumstances in our communities is possible with good professional assessment and good professional engagement from the applicants, as well as I understand the conversation to be genuinely solution focused to be able to continue their business. So credit to them for their appetite to continue to solve the issues to be able to maintain their operation, and congratulations to officers on thoughtfully working through the planning requirements which fundamentally mitigate risk for our community as well, and finding a solution that can work and show that respectful outcome for the community. I commend the motion to the meeting. Thank you. Anyone else seeking leave to speak? You wish to close, Councillor Chalk?
No, thank you, Mayor.
Then we put the motion. Those in favour?
Councillor McConnell, yes.
That's a unanimous yes, and thank you for the work to the team. We move to item 10.5 of today's agenda, councillors, which commences on page 85 of today's agenda. And again, GM, we're back with you.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, councillors. Item 10.5 is the Scenic Rim Regional Prosperity Strategy 2020-2025. It's the annual report card covering the period of July 2021 to June 2022. With us today, I have the Manager of Regional Prosperity and Communications, Brenda Walker, and Cameron Thomas, the Economic Development Officer, Agribusiness and Workforce Development. And we also have with us Ray Romanis, our Economic Development Officer, Business and Industry. Cameron's going to lead the discussion, but before I hand over to Cameron, I want to just say that the Regional Prosperity team worked very hard year on year to implement this strategy, and it is our commitment to continue to reporting back to Council what has been achieved year on year of the 5-year document. So I'll hand to Cameron to introduce the item and just go through some highlights. Councillors, there is an attachment, the report card itself, that has a number of the outcomes listed. So Cam will give us some highlights, and then we're happy to take any questions because it is quite detailed information.
Thank you, Deborah. As mentioned, the Regional Prosperity Strategy is midway through its overall development of 2020 to 2025, and there's a number of actions outlined within that strategy which we do measure and report on, and I'll touch on those in the annual report card. One of these being under the 5 pillars was the team engaged with over 1,700 businesses across the region within that financial year. Council also adopted the Scenic Rim Smart Region Strategy 2022 to 2032, and also had in the development of the agribusiness, agritourism 10-year roadmap and 3-year action plan, which was adopted in September last year. We also held nearly 20 events within Small Business Month in May in 2021, with plans underway for another series of events this year. And also under the Scenic Rim Agricultural Skills Development Program, 104 qualifications were awarded to employees within the region and those working in the agricultural sector. 10 destination-driven events with an estimated economic impact of $5.3 million were supported under the Regional Events Grants Program, which return on investment of 241 to 1, which is a great achievement. And also we commenced and engaged Lucid Economics to develop a suite of investment attraction marketing materials and activities to support the growth, investment and employment creation in the region under the Scenic Rim Investment Attraction Project. That's still currently underway. And under the Tourism Industry Capability and Capacity Development Program, there was 53 tourism businesses and operators who received support to increase consumer access to and awareness of their products and services. And additionally, the Scenic Rim won the Queensland Tourism Award for Destination Marketing and are highly commended at the Australian Tourism Awards. We've also undertaken a number of advocacy initiatives throughout that financial period, including the Scenic Rim Strategic Coordination Group, which is a collaboration of with representatives from Scenic Rim Council, Department of Transport and Main Roads, Office of Coordinator General and Trade and Investment Queensland to promote and further develop any significant projects in the region and address Bromwellton State Development Area. So, thank you.
Councillors, there's obviously a lot of material in the report before us and the report card. Any points for clarification at this point? If not, we'll introduce the recommendation and then come to, sorry, just pause. Councillor Enright, is it a clarification or do you have a more specific question?
I do have a question if I may. Thank you. Thank you, Cameron, for that introduction, and I acknowledge many of those highlights. My question probably is, what sort of challenges did we encounter over this 12-month period? If you're happy to outline some of those.
Over the 12-month period, I suppose the ongoing issues for businesses with a range of sectors that started to experience issues with workforce attraction and being able to be fully staffed and continue to meet those demands of their customers in the region. Ongoing impacts of COVID throughout that financial year period, always ongoing, and even the impacts of natural disaster with bushfire, floods and drought, significant directly and indirectly for those businesses throughout that period. So making them aware and building their capacity and resilience following that, which as a region, our economy is very resilient and continues to grow.
Thank you, Councillor. GM?
Thank you, Chair. The recommendation for your consideration that 1, Council acknowledge the progress of the implementation of the Scenic Rim Regional Prosperity Strategy 2020 to 2025 and the annual report card covering the period since its adoption 1 July 2021 to 30 June 2022. And 2, that Council delegate authority to the Chief Executive Officer to make minor grammatical and formatting changes to the Scenic Rim Regional Prosperity Strategy 2020-2025 annual report card, if required, after its adoption and prior to publishing on Council's website for public access, noting any such changes will be advised to councillors prior to publishing.
Thank you. I seek a mover. Councillor Enright. Further questions, councillors? Councillor West.
Yes, Mayor, I just have a question on page 91. Excuse me. I'm often asked, excuse me, by a number of people whether council plan to run those training opportunities for agricultural schools again, which was the forklift operators and whether that's something that will be ongoing.
I'll take that question. Thank you, Councillor. We were very fortunate to be able to run some of that through the Regional Skills Investment Strategy program that we did in partnership with the state government in the Department of Employment, Training and Small Business, or whichever way the acronym works. And over the last 12 months to 18 months, we've been very successful in a range of grants, and we've utilised a lot of those grants where we could to continue to upskill the business community. So the team will always be looking out for those programs, and when the State Department has programs that we can tap into and utilise it for those purposes. It's our intention to keep delivering that under the workforce development pillar within the strategy.
Thank you.
Thank you. Further questions, councillors? Further discussion? I would add one piece to that last comment as a discussion. That regional skills investment strategy, I think, was a wonderful partnering opportunity, really gave powerful support to a lot of our small businesses and certainly generated employment outcomes as well as qualification outcomes. And it's unfortunate that the state reached the conclusion, perhaps because of not so shining outcomes in other parts of Queensland, that the program be suspended. And we have certainly continued to lobby and express our desire to see such a program continue to be available, because it certainly had a great impact for us here in the region. And there's probably a whole heap of factors behind that that I will avoid delving into today. But suffice to say, that's the type of program that we would still seek to gain support from the state, because it fits very suitably to our high reliance on small businesses, in sectors connected to the foundations of agriculture across our region, and the importance of continuing to upskill workforce for it. Any further discussion? If not, we'll seek a seconder. Councillor West.
Second, Mayor.
Councillor Enright, you wish to speak to your motion?
Thank you, Mayor. I certainly would. I would like to start by thanking officers for the amazing amount of work that has been done in this year. It was a challenging year, as Cameron mentioned, coming out of COVID, the impacts of drought, bushfire and flood. To enable our region to grow and prosper really is the fundamentals of our regional prosperity strategy. I think the region is often regarded as punching above our weight, and certainly there are so many examples in this report card of how we have punched above our weight. What is really pleasing for me is how we worked so well with businesses, with agriculture, with industry, including the tourism industry. And I think the results are there because of that partnership with our business community. So I thank the officers who are involved. I thank the leadership that has been given to enable this to happen, and I see that this lays foundations for greater prosperity into the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone wishing to speak against? Anyone seeking leave to speak additionally? Councillor West.
Thank you, Mayor. Look, this report card has so many positive outcomes, and thank you to the team for all of the hard work that you have done. I guess one that I really want to mention specifically is the council advocacy with the Department of Resources regarding the operation of coal seam gas within the Scenic Rim, and certainly the withdrawal of those two tenements was a huge factor for so many of our community. And thank you, Mayor, for the work that you did in that advocacy space. And as we all know, the community plan, which was completed some years ago, that was certainly one of the aspects that were included in the community plan, that the community did not want coal seam gas in the Scenic Rim. So that's a huge outcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Anyone else seeking leave to speak additionally? I will just speak briefly, and I support the motion, and I certainly agree with the comments of the prior speakers. There is a lot of work that goes on with professionalism, with diligent planning and focused delivery on an ongoing basis that sometimes isn't easy to acknowledge for the community, because things just appear to happen, and everyone enjoys the fact that things keep happening and that the region keeps growing without recognising it takes a lot of effort to continue to create the connections and the platforms and the opportunities that allow our businesses to keep stepping forward. One of the things we learned a few years ago, and some of the things in this plan highlight the biggest challenge for small business is that you can get so caught up in doing what you do that you don't focus on how you grow the business to be able to do more strongly into the future. And the programs that the team have coordinated and been able to provide, certainly we've been fortunate to have some of the grants that we had available to do that, have enabled us to lift so many businesses that I talk to regularly who are relieved to have been able to shift themselves to a different place of thinking to have a sustainable future. And that means an ongoing level of confidence for our economy to keep growing and being more resilient. Thank you to the team for the report, and I certainly acknowledge that there's a lot of work, there's still a lot more to do. We've laid some great foundations, we've built some things to milestones that others thought were impossible over that time, and that is well worth celebrating and acknowledging and taking a small breath before we press on to the next exciting levels of success as the richest place on earth we are. I commend the motion, councillors. Anyone else seeking leave to speak? Not, Councillor Knight, wish to close? No. I'll put the motion. Those in favour?
Councillor McConnell, yes.
That's unanimous. Thank you, councillors, and we thank you for presenting today, and thank you for the ongoing endeavours. We move to item 10.6 of today's agenda on page 94, and we turn to the GM Council Sustainability for introduction.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and yes, good morning to other councillors and officers in the digital gallery. Item 10.6 is fairly, the report itself is quite detailed and self-explanatory, Mr. Mayor. I would just provide a brief introduction to it. On top of the Council's requirement to process applications under the Right to Information Act 2009, it can decide to have a disclosure log in place. This report seeks that consideration, addressing a previous action that was identified and to set in place that disclosure log. I take that the report's been read, and should there be any clarifications, Mr. Mayor, I can open it to...
Thank you. Councillors, anything, you've had the report, any points for clarification?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor McConnell?
Through the chair to the GM, the resolved on the 24th of January 2023 was to last paragraph, that will include all previous assessed and released confidential information in the public interest in the current term of this council. Doesn't seem to be reflected in the recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor McConnell. I guess the based on the position provided with the council on the previous discussions around this matter, and I think it details in there around the page 95 of the report around the retrospective release in there, but certainly it outlines the body of work that's required in order to assess those other pages, but certainly happy to be guided otherwise, Mr. Mayor, through the...
So can I just seek further clarity, just Councillor McConnell, if I may, on your behalf. So for clarity, the original motion sought to look at the disclosure of those retrospective items. The reference on page 95 identifies, as per the discussions that have been held in the lead up to today, that would take a significant body of work and wasn't deemed part of today's recommendation. And I think, Councillor, you're just trying to highlight that gap and to understand why that gap, is that?
Correct, Mr. Mayor. If they've already been, half the work has already been done because they have been disclosed. So it won't be a rigorous process to re-evaluate those documents so that they can go to the disclosure log.
That's not actually what the report says, councillor. So I just asked the GM to clarify what
That's correct, Mr Mayor. They will have to be reassessed because when they were released by the applicant, there may be some information that's contained in there, but from a general public sense of release some of the information, we just have to be mindful that there may be some additional requirements to review some of the information and other stuff that's released.
How extensive of a review are we looking at?
I think in the report it says about 1,350 pages.
Correct. Time frame?
Councillor, I'm going to suggest that's not a reasonable question without actually assessing the documents logically. Do you know what I mean? Because some documents will have more complexity to what's in them. So I would note that question maybe to take on notice to do, if there's a determination that that's a priority, then that might need to be a question on notice to assess that workload.
I'd just like to flag an amendment to recommendation number 2. My second question to the GM is, can you give a summary of the types of RTIs that have been released in this current term?
It's been a wide-ranging, a lot relating to planning matters, salary levels of staff members, additional information that's sourced, mindful of the detail I'm going into, but yeah, in general there has been a lot that's attributed to planning related decisions and other mainly decisions of council, but there's been some trivial aspects that's been sought as well.
Thank you. My next question is, it details on page, hang on a sec, where are we? Page 96, this current term and the number of RTIs, but it doesn't say how many have been not approved or refused. So do we have a number of how many were refused each year?
I can certainly take that on notice. We don't go and refuse it unless there's substantial grounds to do it. In most aspects, when an application is lodged, the officers will work with the applicant to make sure that it's compliant with the necessary legislation to enable them to get the necessary information. Obviously, if it is deemed rejected by the council, the avenues for the applicant can go through the Ombudsman to seek a review on that matter. But I can certainly take that on notice and see what the number of ones that have been refused.
Thank you.
Further questions for clarification of the report, councillors?
Just another one, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, Councillor McCollum.
Just in relation to the 6-month retention on the log, is there a reason why it's? I know it says there that it's usually only 6 months, but a minimum of 6 months. Is there a reason it can't stay for 12 months, or for what's the reason for only 6 months?
It's probably more around the storage space. Whilst the link is deactivated to that, it can still be accessed through a request through council. So it's probably just maintaining some efficiencies around the documents and everything else. As I said, there's a lot of pages that end up being stored in there, so that to streamline the website.
So that request isn't another request for an RTI. That's just an email saying, "Can I please get those documents from the disclosure log?" Is that correct?
That's correct, Councillor McConnell. Similar with other councils that publish these, any items that within or greater than 6 months, they're still listed there as what the application was for the RTI. But generally, there's a disclaimer to say if you require any of these ones, please contact the relevant the governance team to seek access.
Thank you.
Anything further, councillors? If If not, we'll move forward to introduce the recommendation to start with.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. The recommendation already stated for item 10.6 is that Council delegate to the Chief Executive Officer to 1, implement a disclosure log on Council's website in accordance with the Right to Information Act 2009, and 2, publish in the disclosure log all documents deemed suitable for publication that are released under the Right to Information Act 2009 after the date of this meeting.
Seek a mover. Councillor McInnes, thank you. Now, further discussion, any further questions, councillors? Any further discussion? Councillor McConnell, I believe we almost to a point where we'll consider an amendment. So, hold fire. If there are no other discussion, I'll seek a seconder. Councillor Chalk. Councillor McConnell, you've given rise to a matter before we proceed.
Yes, Mr Mayor, thank you very much. I'd like to move an amendment to the recommendation for part 2 that publish in the disclosure log all documents from the current term of this council deemed suitable for the publication that are released under the Right to Information Act 2009.
No, I think that's got to continue. So, Councillor, I'm just clarifying your proposed amendment is to include all documents from the current term of this council deemed suitable for publication that are released under the Right to Information Act 2009, but to also continue to include documents...
No, delete after the date of this meeting.
Sorry, Councillor, you have to continue forward. So,
and those after the date of this meeting.
So, Councillor, I'm going to suggest that we actually create a point 3 as the proposed amendment.
Happy to hear, Mr Mayor.
I'm going to propose, Councillor, you leave point 2 as it is, and that then you create a point 3 which deals with the potential of publishing the prior document, so that we don't confuse the two items, so that point 2 remains publishing forward. Point 3 will then deal with...
Point 3 to read what I just read out minus after the date of this meeting. Okay. Does that make sense? Yeah, so take that out. So point 3, publish in the disclosure log all documents from the current term of this council deemed suitable for the publication that are released. So you can...
this is...
You can revert number 2, that's it.
Take that out of there.
Deemed suitable.
So point 2 deals with forward, point 3 deals with retrospective to the start of this term.
Yeah. I don't know if you want to reverse them, but...
I'm just going through that wording. It's probably technically best, Councillor, if you to get your wording right, it's from the current term of this council until today.
Okay.
Just until the date of this meeting, probably.
Okay. Yes. Mr Mayor. After the
until the date of this meeting.
Until the date of this meeting, after council.
Yep.
Before, yeah. Yes. Okay, so my recommendation for point 3 will be, my amendment will be publish in the disclosure log all documents from the current term of this council until the date of this meeting deemed suitable for the publication that are released under the Right to Information Act 2009.
Okay. We have an amendment moved. Sorry?
Just to fix up the whole thing, you need to take "and" out of the first, or do you have to? You have to fix up number 2 so it's not a full stop and needs an "and" in it. Sorry, Sharon.
Sorry, don't worry. That's not going to materially change. So, questions rising from the amendment before we seek a seconder. I have one question which goes back to what's the estimated workload and and cost.
Sorry, through.
Yes, just through CEO, just microphone on.
Sorry, within the document, maybe the General Manager will point to it, but I thought it was under the budget, said that this will take significant amount of time and resources from the governance area. Is that correct?
That's correct, Mr. CEO, and I mean, not entirely out of the question. However, yeah, it will just.
Sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor, I take councillors to the budget retrospective release of RTI documents standing the previous 3 years will require significant in-house resources to complete and will likely reduce the ability of governance to focus on higher priority tasks.
What is significant? What's your definition of significant?
There's obviously a body of work or a plan of work that the governance goes through, including the currently the business continuity plan review, but more importantly, part of the policy review framework and any governance matters that are requiring assistance that do come up, I guess.
Sorry, I missed what the last couple of words.
Try again.
Sorry, it was just any of the other tasks that come up to hand as well. But I mean, the body of work it's around doing all this will require the release documents to be reassessed, scanned, and then uploaded, and obviously purviewed with the CEO to ensure that they're suitable for the release.
Councillor, could I foreshadow a potential amendment to your amendment in light of those last comments? That would be to the effect of, for item 3, would be to seek further information to inform a budget inclusion to accommodate, basically effectively to accommodate what you're seeking in 3. So rather than, I guess what I'm foreshadowing is an amendment that would actually get scoping and costing and put it into somewhere into a budget process before we commit to something without understanding.
Okay, so the amendment would include a budget allocation, not just a review. Is that what you're saying?
What I'm suggesting is that I would be foreshadowing an amendment to your amendment that would be actually a piece of work to get a better scope and budget assessment to include in a future either budget review this year or into a future budget.
But still continue with...
And then continue with your wording.
Okay. So you're just adding it into the budget?
Basically saying that we rather... Because as the way it reads at the moment, it's a given that it's going to happen and there's been no budget understanding or how that's going to affect resourcing. The suggestion that I'm foreshadowing is that I would seek to review it so that we properly understand it and either then determine to include it in as a body of work in this year's budget or actually into the budget that we're preparing for next year.
I'm happy to include an amendment if it is in the budget, but I wouldn't like to have an amendment in there that says maybe if it's not too much, we'll just scrap it.
No, well, all I'm saying, councillor, is that prudence says we should get a proper budget assessment of it, and then we are making a decision of including it in the budget at the right point in time, rather than committing to it without understanding the cost.
Well, the report actually in the budget says nil, but significant to the workload of governance.
So the report says nil on the basis of the recommendation 1-2.
Okay,
when you add point 3, you're adding a piece of work that hasn't been scoped, which is what needs to have an understanding of what that cost will be.
It says that cost is only in-house resources.
Yeah, but they're already fully loaded resources, so now they're not sitting there waiting for something, they're busy. And therefore, to make use of that in-house expertise applied to this may mean supplementary resourcing to other activities. That's why I'm just suggesting you need a proper budget scope to go with that. Councillor McGuinness, did you wish to add a comment?
Yeah, just not correct meeting procedure, Mayor, but just on relation to your point, it's, yeah, we don't know when the disclosure, when the request will come from, whether it's previous or now, so it's speculation either way. Yeah, there could be none from this term and a lot from last term, previous terms. Yeah.
Well, so for clarity, I think we were only talking about the known list that's there from this term. Was that correct, Councillor?
Correct, correct, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah. So that's the 1,350 pages that's referenced. So it's actually scoping that group, because everything going forward will be part of business as usual. I'm just clarifying that from the GM. That's correct. Just to make that understanding clear. So it is that body of work, that 1,350 pages, that I'm just suggesting we get a better scoping on.
Just a quick one, Mr. Mayor. In relation to point 3, can I put a time on that extends the time to give governance significant work? If we were to put this in through the chair to the CEO, if we were to put this in, what time frame would governance be looking at to have these on the system?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm not completely sure about that. I do know that the governance area is at least one senior governance officer down at this point in time.
Okay, so if we had within the next 6 months, is that too short?
Look, I'll let
through you,
the
Mr.
CEO
Mayor.
answer.
Over the next 6 months, the role of the governance staff is going to increase quite dramatically, as in the lead up to the elections, I am guessing. Sorry, General Manager.
That's correct, Mr. CEO. Along with obviously the review of the meetings with the documents, the meeting structures, the consideration around portfolios, advisory committees, and all the like, standing orders review.
So, councillors, I'm conscious of time. Whilst I'm reluctant to adjourn the meeting in the middle of a discussion, I am going to, sorry? No, well, I think we need a bit of clarification to be able to deal with this, so I'm going to propose we do adjourn. I just need a chance to review a couple of things in standing orders, but also then adjourn for morning tea for 20 minutes, and we'll return to continue this matter, councillors. That will be returning at 10:50 to continue the meeting. Thank you, councillors. Thank you to the gallery. Thank you, officers.
Sorry, I forgot to press mute on that one.
Councillors, we are now returning to continue our meeting, and thank you to councillors and officers for being back, and thank you to the gallery for rejoining us. And we are continuing with the consideration of item 10.6. Councillor McConnell, you have the floor to talk about your amendment, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd just like to, our previous amendment to have this brought forward included the recommendation to include all RTIs from this term. So that's my heading towards this. So I'd like to read out my amendment to the motion that this paragraph 3 be added to the motion, and that is request the Chief Executive Officer to provide at a future ordinary meeting a scope and costing for publishing in the disclosure log of all documents from the current term of this council until the date of this meeting deemed suitable for publication that are released under the Right to Information Act 2009.
Thank you for that updated amendment. Councillor, any further questions around this to officers before for clarification? Councillor Enright?
Question to you, Mayor, perhaps to the CEO or the General Manager as appropriate. Even the resources required to provide this update, what ability do we have to provide that in a timely manner?
Through Mr. Mayor, I'll go to the General Manager.
I think it's been evident and pointed out before, there's a body of work as well as doing it, and certainly don't want to impact or impede that body of work happening, especially in the lead up to the 2024 quadrennial elections, and there's a body of work required from governments to prepare everything. It's not unattainable, but yeah, just mindful that there's some body of work that's required to be done. Just that's pretty much.
Not sure that's any further helpful, Councillor. Okay. Thank you. Any further clarification? If not, we have a mover. I'll seek a seconder to the amendment. Councillor Shaw. He's moved it. Councillor McConnell's moved his amendment. And seconded now by Councillor Shaw. You wish to speak to your amendment, Councillor McConnell?
Only that I think following the original resolution and including these is keeping with the original intent, and my amendment just provides further clarification and scope for the CEO to provide that. Thank you.
Anyone wishing to speak against? Councillor Enright?
Thank you, Mayor. I will speak against. I believe what has been brought back in the existing recommendation does fulfil a requirement of the 24 January resolution, and that was to consider the implementation of the online disclosure logs. This amendment goes beyond the outcome of the report. I can't support it because of the cost and the resources of a very small governance team who have much more important, higher priority duties in a very, very small team that's under-resourced and have greater duties to fulfil. I note that there's no legislative requirement for us to even have a disclosure log, so that's I think we're doing something that's nice to have, but this amendment really is taking this to a level that is well beyond what we need to have, into a nice to have, but really what is the return on the investment for going into delving into the time that it's going to take to produce a further report. I think we have plenty of budgetary pressures at the moment to fulfil the duties that we as a council have asked the council officers to provide. We need to be careful of what it is that we want our officers to be focusing on, and that there is a return on the investment of those officers' time. And in my view, this does not support a worthwhile return on investment of the time of our officers.
Thank you, Councillor. Anyone else wishing to speak for the amendment? Councillor McInnes?
Yes, Mayor. I think I read the amendment, and the mover can correct me if I'm wrong, but it's just to find out what this would cost us to do it, rather than actually doing the work. So it's I don't think that's a big effort, and we may very well say when it comes back, yeah, for the cost involved, if this is going to cost us whatever dollars, you know, we then decide whether we go ahead with it or not. So I think it's worthwhile checking before we do it. I accept that from the comments earlier, and yeah, I support the amendment.
Anyone else wishing to speak against? Councillor West?
Thank you, Mayor. Look, I understand the wording there, but still to scope and cost, it will still be officers' time that will be involved there. I'm happy that we may move on with having a disclosure log as of today, but I am just very concerned about the priorities of the governance staff, and given that they're not at full capacity, so I am not able to support the amendment, sorry.
Anyone else wishing to speak for the motion? Councillor Chalk.
Yeah, I agree with Councillor McGuinness's viewpoint that we should always scope things first. I don't believe that the original report saying it's significant is sort of where we need to be. So I'm happy to see the scope of costings, and then we can make a further decision.
You wish to close, Councillor McConnell?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to say, and as Councillor McGuinness and Chalk have said, this is just a scoping. We're not saying we're going to do it. We're just getting the CEO to bring back further information that probably could have been in the budget and financial implications of this report as to how much it would cost. Also like to say that just because there's no legislative requirement doesn't mean it's best practice to be able to do this. So I support this amendment to the motion. Thank you.
Okay, those in favour of the amendment?
Councillor McConnell, yes.
Those against?
I need a division, please, Mr. Mayor.
That will be a division. So I can tell you the division is divisions 2, 5, 6 in favour, against divisions 3, 4 and Mayor. My casting vote will be in the affirmative of the amendment. So now we return to the motion in 3 parts. Go back to just confirm with the original. Just waiting for no pressure with this ball. No, I had got a seconder. I had granted a seconder originally, yes, before we took the amendment.
No,
I thought I had, because I thought it was Councillor Chalk. Was it? Was Councillor Chalk had seconded before we went to the amendment. So the mover and seconder, you're happy to proceed with the amended, continue with, as the mover, Councillor McInnes, with the amended?
Yes, it's
Thank you.
wish of the meeting on that.
Yep, okay. Thank you. Now we have the motion as amended. Any further questions, councillors? If not, we put the motion. Those in favour?
Councillor McConnell, yes.
Okay, that's carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. We now move to item 10.7, page 115.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Item 10.7 is seeking council consideration around the 2022-2023 December budget review. A really brief intro. The report is quite detailed and the attachment highlights the significant movements that's contributed to the revision of the budget. But I think, as in general, the introduction to any budget and or budget review, there will always be the need to review and reanalyse both the operating and capital program budgets to ensure necessary metrics are updated to reflect the changes and challenges that are experienced throughout the year. The December budget review paid particular attention to reviewing the capital works delivery in light of some grants and some minor amendments in the program, along with getting staff to really review the labour budgeting, forecasting of vacancies through until 30th of June 2023. From a highlight point of view, Mr Mayor, the December budget review has seen an increase in cash from operations of 863,000, improving the previously revised budget of operating position of 16,000 to now having a operating surplus of 878,000. We've seen an increase in capital grant revenue of around 2.21 million, and seeing a increase in capital expenditure of around 4.126 million. The bottom line impact of that, $4 million in additional capital expenditure and just $2.2 million in revenue, has seen a slight decrease in cash of around $1 million. And more importantly, the only other point, Mr Mayor, I just wanted to highlight was on page 138 of the agenda, and that this budget review meets all the necessary relevant measures of financial sustainability as part of the review process.
Thank you. Councillors, questions to the report or clarification? If not, I'll ask the GM to introduce the recommendation.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. The recommendation for item 10.7 is that, in accordance with sections 169 and 173 of the Local Government Regulation 2012, Council adopt the 2022-2023 December Budget Review as outlined in the 1. Revised Statement of Comprehensive Income for 2022-2023 through 2024-2025 inclusive. 2. Revised Statement of Financial Position for 2022-2023 through 2024-2025 inclusive. 3. Revised Statement of Cash Flows for 2022-2023 through 2024-2025 inclusive. Revised Statement of Changes in Equity for 2022-2023 through 2024-2025 inclusive. And 5. Revised Relevant Measures of Financial Sustainability.
Seeker mover. Councillor Enright, thank you. Further questions? Further discussion, councillors? Seeker seconder. Councillor Chalk, thank you. Councillor Enright, you wish to speak?
Thank you, Mayor. Through you to the General Manager, thank you for providing this information as an update from the December review. It's pleasing to see the positive signs, particularly in increases in fees and charges, which are a user pay arrangement situation. So I think that is a very positive sign for the region, and I thank the officers for the update on how it's progressing year to date for December.
Anyone else wishing to speak against? Seeking leave to speak additionally? No? Put the motion. Those in favour? Councillor McConnell?
Councillor McConnell, yes.
That's unanimous. Thank you, councillors. And we move to item 10.8 on page 142, today's report.
Thank you, Mr Mayor and councillors. Item 10.8 is the council monthly report, financial report for February 2023. As of February, we're 8/12 of the financial year. We're through 8/12 of the financial year. Again, just some key highlights from the position. It will be, I will note that following the adoption of the December budget review, a lot of these metrics will now, a lot of those metrics out of the December budget review will be reflected into the forward monthly reportings, which will sort of normalise some of those anomalies and amendments that have been reviewed and picked up. But as of February 2023, we are seeing a net operating surplus of around 3.739 million, made up of a positive increase in budgeted operating revenue of around 3 million, and also some underspends in the operating expenditure of around 649,000, which detailed in the attachment there, Mr Mayor. It is the other aspects around the capital expenditure. We're seeing a lower than budget expectation of around 11.2 million. And roughly around just under 3/4 of that are grant funded related, and I guess there's a level of assurance that there's that those dollars are still secured, and even though they're behind in their delivery, there's no concerns or no risk in the defaulting on those revenue. The only other aspects I had to pick up, draw allusion to, Mr Mayor, page 153 of the agenda. We'll note that in the subsequent movements by the Reserve Bank, we are seeing a positive inflow when it comes to having some of that additional cash in bank. When we adopted the budget, it was the RBA cash rate was just around 1%. We're now seeing an effective rate of around a weighted average impact of around 3.52%. Which sort of segues into that next part around there, but again, just some understanding around restricted cash. Whilst we are reporting cash balances of around 58 million, the table there at the bottom there indicates that restricted cash component of that 58 million, which relates to some loan drawdowns, some operating grants that have yet to be expended, some capital grants that's yet to be expended, the domestic waste levy that's paid in advance, and any cash payments held in trust by council that are attributed to other parties. On top of that, you've also got the provisions, both current and non-current, for staffing and everything else. So taking those into account, you're left with around $16.5 million in actual cash, which is below the desirable amount of around $20 million in trying to maintain that sustainability effort. But it sort of just portrays a picture of just because we have that abundance of cash in the bank doesn't mean that it's all free cash. And the only other, on the next page, Mr Mayor and Councillors, is just the continued expenditure by location report that shows expenditure within the Scenic room for the financial year 22-23 is amounted to about $19 million of contestable expenditure. That represents around 31% of the total expenditure, so we're maintaining a nice healthy spend within the community with some of our materials and services that we're consuming. Outside of that, Mr Mayor, Councillors, I don't have any other points to highlight. Happy to seek any questions.
Thank you. Any points of clarity from the report, councillors? Not. Introduce recommendation.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. The recommendation is that Council receive the unaudited financial statements for the period ended 28 February 2023 for the financial year 2022-2023.
Signuva, Councillor Enright. Further questions, councillors? Further discussion? GM, just one item for discussion. Obviously, the numbers sound like we're awash, but in reality, a lot of that is timing about some of those funds and the grants and access. And also, just in the expenditure report there on page 154, what's also just slightly missing in the commentary is how much of that expenditure, that's our total expenditure versus what would be interesting at some point is how much expenditure that there would be suitable in the region is leaking, inverted commas, outside the region at some point by comparison. I know this is the best way we can at present, but I think it's a recognition that there are a lot of things that we can't access in the region. We have no choice but to spend outside the region, and really what that represents in many cases is opportunity for business development in the private sector in the region to be a partner for council.
That's correct, Mr. Mayor, and I think you probably just, in the last couple of weeks, we have successfully recruited the coordinator procurement, and that's one of the key, raised previously about lost opportunity. Whilst we are indicating our spend locally, there is that lost opportunity, there is that lack of resource within council to go out and abroad and see what the opportunities are for our suppliers, to see how what other opportunities and investment that can be undertaken. There's a body of work happening at the moment with council in collaboration with external parties in hosting some of these sessions, and with Deborah's team around the regional prosperity to advocate and really propose, and on the back of the Small Business Month, we're looking at some seminars and workshops, especially to introduce our new coordinator procurement to the teams to try and activate some of those opportunities and then see further how we can increase that spend or that percentage.
Thank you. Any other discussion, councillors? If not, I seek a seconder. Councillor West, you wish to speak now? Councillor Neal?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I think this is a very solid report, and I acknowledge the fact of the timing as far as cash goes and expenditures relating to grants, but I think some of the key areas that I think shows a very solid response are fees and charges, up 846,000 to budget. Interest received, always nice to see, 242,000 above budget. Recoverable works, 670,000 above budget. One item that is very pleasing is infrastructure charges, up 1.121 million above budget. So these are all very strong results. And as already acknowledged, our expenditure by location, 31%, local spend, or $19 million, is also an indication of a very strong year. So well done to the team.
Thank you. Anyone wishing to speak against? Seeking leave to speak additionally? Councillor West.
Thank you, Mayor. Just to reiterate the GM's comments about how being able to at last have a person in that procurement position, which will be very positive moving forward, and it is really great to see that certainly the expenditure to date within the region is increasing, so we hope next report that will have increased even more.
Anyone else seeking leave to speak additionally? If not, we put the motion. Those in favour?
Councillor McConnell, yes.
Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. That brings us to the end of the open agenda for today's meeting. We do have 3 items to consider in confidential. The 3 items, item 11.1, community consultation on the draft 2023-2024 budget position, closed under section 254J3C, which relates to the local government's budget. Item 11.2, Tamborine Mountain Sports Association request for funding assistance, also closed under section 254J3C, which also relates to the local government budget. And item 11.3, Beaudesert Town Centre Revitalisation Project delivery options, also closed under section 254J3C relating to the local government's budget.
Mr Mayor,
Yes?
can I ask that 11.1 not be included in the closed session? Considering this is going out to the public, I don't see why.
So, Councillor, I think it's. I hear your request. I'm.
Through you, Mr Mayor, I just go to the recommendation that this will be released for public
Yes, it will be released once it's discussed, Councillor. So I think it needs to be considered before it's released.
And that's right. So if we're going to release it, or why are we discussing it in confidential?
Councillor, as with many other items, we go through the process of considering, ensuring that we're satisfied with the content and dealing with any finalisation of that discussion as a budget matter before it's released, that's all. So if you wish to propose a motion that we not take 11.1 into the confidential meeting, you can propose that as a motion.
No, I'm happy, Mr Mayor.
Righto. Thank you, because that's how it would not proceed. But it will be obviously come out for public release. So those are the three items, councillors. I now seek a motion to move into closed session. Councillor West. Any further discussion on that? Seek a seconder. Councillor McGuinness. Those in favour?
Councillor McConnell, yes.
Okay, we now move into closed. For those in the gallery, because we do have three matters that have some complexity, I'll use my usual rule that we will endeavour to return on the quarter hour, depending on how our deliberations go. So I can't give you a definitive time, except to note that we will, regardless, be breaking for lunch at 12:30 till 1 o'clock. So with that in mind, I adjourn the meeting into closed session. Welcome back, councillors, to the executive and to those in the gallery. I seek a motion to return into open session. Councillor Chalk, seconded Councillor West. Any discussion, councillors? Those in favour?
Councillor McConnell, yes.
We're back in open session. Thank you, councillors. We turn our attention to item 11.1, and I ask the GM Council Sustainability to introduce the recommendation for this item.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. The recommendation for item 11.1 is that 1, Council receive and accept the Scenic Rim Regional Council draft 23-24 budget overview and approve its release for public consultation. 2, Council delegate authority to the Chief Executive Officer to make minor grammatical and formatting changes to the Scenic Rim Regional Council draft 2023-2024 budget overview, if required, after its approval and prior to releasing for community consultation and publishing on Council Let's Talk Scenic Rim website for public access, noting any such changes will be advised to councils prior to publishing. And 3, in accordance with clause 22.6.3 of the Scenic Rim Regional Council Standing Orders, procedure CM03.01 PR.01, Council release this report in the ordinary meeting minutes.
Seek a mover. Councillor West, thank you. Any questions, councillors?
Yeah, if I could, Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
Through the chair to the CEO, would the CEO be able to give us the purpose and background of this new consultation that's new to the council?
Through you, Mr Mayor, and thank you for the question, Deputy Mayor. It is common practice to place budgets on community consultation in Victoria and New South Wales. This has been trialled in Queensland with a number of local government authorities, with the regulations recommending it become mandatory, if I'm correct, next financial year. This process allows people to have input into some of the services delivered by council, as well as get an understanding of the capital works program for both this year and future years. It also allows different groups within the community to put forward submissions that will allow them to present to council if needs be. As indicated, the process is, although relatively new in Queensland, has been in place in a number of other councils across Australia for a significant period of time. It focuses on the opportunity for members of the community to have input and get a clear understanding of the real financial situation of a local government authority such as Scenic Rim Regional Council. Quite often it allows people to get a better understanding of the constraints in which a local government has to operate, which can be quite challenging at times.
Thank you, CEO. Any other questions, councillors? If not, I'll seek a seconder. Councillor Chalk. Councillor West, do you wish to speak?
Thank you, Mayor. Really just to say I'm very happy to support this recommendation, and the fact that we're going out to the community with the draft budget is very much of a landmark for this council, so we'll look forward to the feedback from the community on Let's Talk Scenic Rim, as well as at the community consultation sessions.
Thank you, councillor. Anyone wishing to speak against? Seeking leave to speak additionally? Councillor Chalk.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. This will be interesting to see how it all pans out. It's the first time for this council. I congratulate the staff for putting this together for the first time, and it'd be interesting to see what reaction the community does take to this, and what value us councillors can take out of that consultation, and see what suggestions come forward. So, looking forward to hearing them all. Thank you.
Anyone else seeking leave to speak additionally? If not, councillors, I will just say it's reflective that we have a continuing approach to improved transparency, contrary to some selective memory around the place. reality was in the last term of council, we introduced the visibility of the 10-year capital budget as part of our release of budgets, and this takes this to another level. We had also at that time attempted some community forums about what was the reality of the state of play in each of our budget areas. This takes that to another level and provides the opportunity for developing more understanding but also more input, and perhaps build a level of realisation about the very widespread and conflicting demands that do need to be addressed in a modern day council. I look forward to the processes as indicated by the prior speakers, that the public consultation sessions that commence on the 20th of April, as well as the Let's Talk Scenic Rim platform, which will commence much sooner, and look forward to then how we continue through our deliberations with that additional input. I support the recommendation. Anyone else seeking to speak? If not, Councillor would Councillor Wester wish to close?
No, thank you, Mayor.
Right. Put the motion. Those in favour?
Councillor McConnell, yes.
That's unanimous. Thank you, councillors. We move to item 11.2.
Thank you, Mayor. Item 11.2 deals with the Tambourine Mountain Sports Association request for funding assistance. The recommendation is that Council approve the release of funds previously identified in the 2022-2023 budget up to the value of $200,000 to the Tambourine Mountain Sports Association Limited under suitable terms to undertake infrastructure upgrade, maintenance and capital replacement projects at the Long Road Sports Complex, subject to the Tambourine Mountain Sports Association Limited providing Council with satisfactory documentation, including tax invoices in relation to the released funds, and that 2, in accordance with clause 22.6.3 of the Scenic Rim Regional Council Standing Orders Procedures CM 03.01 PR.01, Council release this report in the ordinary meeting minutes.
Thank you. I seek a mover. Councillor McInnes, thank you. Any further questions? Questions?
Mayor, may I move an amendment?
Not yet. But you can in a moment.
Yes.
Patience. Any further discussion? If not, I seek a seconder. Councillor Chalk. Now, Councillor Enright.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to propose an amendment that the amount outlined in the recommendation be amended to $100,000, up to $100,000. Up to $100,000. To be approved for essential infrastructure upgrades, including electrical repairs, plumbing and drainage.
Thank you, Councillor. So, any questions for clarification before I seek a seconder? If not, I'll seek. I have time to read that contemplated. I'll seek a seconder. No questions, then I seek a seconder.
Mayor, I'm happy to second for discussion purposes only.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor West. You wish to speak, Councillor Wright?
Thank you, Mayor. I do. The reason for this amendment is about equity across our major sporting facilities. I acknowledge that there are certain requirements to be done at the TMSA grounds, and I think it's important that for the safety and the health of the occupants and participants, that the money should be spent for the important electrical upgrades, the expansion of the septic upgrade, and necessary drainage issues to cater for the needs of that area. The addressed amount, or the amount of the amendment of up to $100,000, I believe should be adequate to provide this necessary high-risk safety items upgrade. But it also will enable for the funds to be shared more equitably across the region's major sporting fields. We have many council-owned but community-managed sporting fields across the region. And if I speak about the requirements within our area, there are, as has been outlined by inspections and recent shortcomings, there are facilities in the Bedford area that have suffered badly by failing lights, where the Bedford Soccer Club has lost all of their senior teams, under 18s, ladies senior team, the senior team and over 30s have all folded because they haven't had the facilities for lighting, and all of the games had to be played away on a Friday night, and that has impacted on that club and the future of the club. I'm aware of many other areas. The Rugby League Club need to upgrade the change room facilities to cater for their increases in women's sport. The Netball Club has got 4 courts that haven't been able to be played on. So we really need to be fair and equitable so that these funds can be distributed fairly across the region.
Thank you. Councillor, anyone wishing to speak against the amendment?
I will speak against the amendment, Mr Mayor.
Councillor McConnell?
Equity shouldn't be a reason to change the amount. The council officers have evaluated the request by Tamworth Mountain Sports Association, and they've come up with this figure to be able to then to complete works up there. By splitting that and giving a little bit to everyone doesn't go with our principle of across the region. So we need to look at one area, fix the problem, and if there's problems at the Boat Desert Sports Grounds or the Burner Sports Grounds or Canungra or any of the others, then we need to look at that. But we shouldn't be talking about equity and reducing the amount that makes Tamworth Mountain Sports Association not able to complete the works that are needed up there. I fully support the council officers' recommendation and approve the $200,000 to the Tamworth Mountain Sports Association, and then we can look at the other areas and make sure that they're given the funding needed to be able to bring those sports teams back. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Just a reminder, we're talking to the amendment at the moment. We're not speaking to the whole motion. Just please keep that in focus. Anyone else wishing to speak in support of the amendment? Anyone else seeking leave to speak additionally to the proposed amendment? Councillor, additionally to? No? If not, then we shall put the proposed amendment. Those in favour? Those against?
Councillor McConnell against.
Yep. the amendment is defeated for Division 4 and against Divisions 2, 3, 5, 6 and Mayor.
Sorry, Mr Mayor, it was all garbled. Can you repeat the division, please?
Division 4 was 4, against was Divisions 2, 3, 5, 6 and Mayor.
Thank you, Mr Mayor.
So we return to the recommendation as tabled, or the motion as it stands. If there are no other amendments, you wish to speak to your motion, Councillor McGuinness?
Yes, Mayor, I think it's very difficult to look after everybody all of the time. I think the plan that has been put here, this is one step, and I think it has to be understood by Tambourine that this is their bite of the cake, and there are a number of other sports areas that really just as much in need, and they will have to take, Tambourine will have to take second place while these others actually have their fair bite of the cherry. So I think it's right that we do this, and quite a bit of the money's going to things that have to be done, and have to be done quite quickly from a safety point of view and that, and it's imperative that we do that. But then we move on to other organisations from then on. So I'm certainly in support of the recommendation.
Thank you. Anyone wishing to speak against? Councillor Knight?
Thank you, Mayor. I must speak against. Obviously, my belief is that this isn't a fair and equitable distribution of funds across the region. I acknowledge that Tambourine Mountain Sports Association is one of many that are doing a great job in the community-led organisations, but there has been this was an opportunity to provide a more equitable basis, which I can't support it on this level of funds.
Thank you, Councillor. Anyone else wishing to speak for support of the motion? Councillor Chalk.
Yeah, thank you, Mr Mayor. I will speak in support of the motion. We've had considerable thought being put into the sport in this region, and it's a big piece of work. This is one small part of that. There's some identified tasks that TMSA wish to carry out. They are technically, majority are in line with their master planning and are done for safety reasons as well. So I will support this motion because I wish for them to undertake this works. But there's a bigger picture at play, and we'll continue to work on that behind the scenes, and hopefully we can provide the same level or of funding or funding, I guess, to other sports groups in the region to bring them up to similar or standards as well, to provide good sports facilities for everybody. So I will support this motion.
Anyone else wishing to speak against? Seeking leave to speak additionally?
Thank you, Mayor. Look, I just want to...
Councillor West first, I believe. Councillor McConnell, you might be getting ready to just pause, please.
Look, I just wanted to mention, I know, as has been mentioned, it's very testing with all our community sports venues. They're all wanting funds, but these funds were actually previously, they've been identified in the current budget, so it would be somewhat unfair of us to withdraw that, I believe, at this stage, so I'm happy to support the motion.
Thank you. Councillor McConnell, were you?
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor. I will speak in favour of the motion. I don't think equity should ever come into our deliberations about where funding should be around the region. This was only a small amount. It was originally put aside for Tambourine Mountain. Equity is not an issue. I mean, if that was the issue, then, you know, the money that's been spent in Division 4 should be equitably split against all the divisions, and that's not how we operate. I support the comments by both Councillor West and Councillor Chalk that we need to have a look, and we're only a small council with a small budget, and we fix up one problem at a time instead of a piecemeal approach, which is gone on in previous councils, not looking at the bigger picture. So I fully support the council officer's decision here for the full 200,000, and then in future budgets we can look at ensuring the major towns have proper sporting facilities. But in this one, we need to make sure that Tamarind Mountain Sports Association is fully completed, not fully completed, but their works are completed. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? I think we'll come back to that shortly. I will speak in support of the motion before us today. Not totally aligned with some of the prior comments. I believe equity is an important issue for us as a region, but equity is not about spreading dollars paper thin so that everybody fails at the same time. The challenge for us as a region is that we have a wide range of communities that have these needs. We don't have the advantage of a single central point, and that means equity is achieved over time. And we do have an aspiration, as we are working on councillors through our sports infrastructure strategy and review, to ensure that we're able to provide those facilities as affordability allows us, and as there are plans in place to allow it. That's why we all know that there are current investment programs being acted on in both some of the sport facilities in the Boonah precinct and here in Beaudesert, because we share some of the concerns, or we share the concerns expressed by Councillor Enright for the decline of sporting teams, and we don't want that. We need to address it, but we are dealing from a long way back with the items that need to be replaced being far beyond whether the number is 100,000 or 200,000 when you're talking about lighting projects or otherwise. The reality is we do need to take a strategic approach. The monies that are here have been allocated previously and carried forward, and we need to close this out so there is no confusion moving forward with those amounts. But we also need to continue to press forward with those other programs of work. Equity is not about balancing out who gets precisely the same dollar amounts. It's actually about how we work to deliver the performance precincts that will benefit our communities through a strategic approach, and spreading a small amount of money more widely doesn't really change the strategic outcome for those communities. We need to take a different approach, which we have embarked upon. And today's motion merely puts to bed a residual matter and provides deals with safety concerns and performance concerns within that precinct, so that we can turn our attention over the ensuing years to other precincts which have equally important needs and significant needs for the success of our communities. Councillor, you wish to close?
No, I'm right, thanks, Mayor.
Put the motion. Those in favour?
Councillor McConnell, yes.
Those against? I'll note the division. Those in favour is divisions 2, 3, 5, 6 and Mayor. Those against Division 4. We move to item 11.3.
Thank you, Mayor. Item 11.3 is deals with Beaudesert Town Centre Revitalisation Project. The recommendation is the council apply for a reallocation of the Australian Government Local Roads and Community Infrastructure Program Phase 3 funding. 2, council endorse allocation of $6,259,388 to support the delivery and finalisation of stages 3, 4 and 5 of the Beaudesert Town Centre Revitalisation Project, with these funds being reallocated from the Capital Project Fund budget allocation, project number 9001503, and that this allocation be ratified as part of the 2023 March budget review, and 3, in accordance with clause 22.6.3 of the Scenic Regional Council Standing Orders Procedure CM 03.01 PR.01, Council maintain confidentiality over the contents of this report until all requirements associated with the funding agreements are met.
Seeker mover, Councillor Enright. Any further discussion, councillors? Seeker seconder, Councillor West. Wish to speak, Councillor Enright.
Thank you, Mayor. I would definitely like to speak toward this motion. We have done extensive community consultation over almost 8 years now. This project started in 2015 from memory. Since then, both the Tambourine Mountain and the Boona revitalisation projects have been completed. There was a brochure that was produced and delivered to every letterbox in Beaudesert, 5,000 in total, advising of what we would deliver. We held the Bowie Hub pop-up office for further consultation and engagement. We've gone out to the community and said we will deliver this project. We've gained extensive state and federal government funding, almost $11 million, for which we are extremely grateful. This project will provide a major boost for our town centre. It will provide a place for our residents to gather and a reason for travellers to stop in our town centre. This is a major community infrastructure project that will deliver economic and social benefits for our community. It is very well worth the co-investment by council. In addition, 2024 will be Beaudesert's sesquicentennial or 150-year anniversary since our town was established. Planning is underway for this celebration. Let's get this project done. Thank you.
Anyone wishing to speak against? Anyone wishing to speak additionally in support? Councillor McCollum.
Mr. Mayor?
Yep.
Yes, I will speak in support of this. I believe that, like our other projects, this is a fair amount of funding from council. I don't believe equity would ever come into it, and that the completion of such a major project is paramount to ensuring the livability and enticing people back to the centre of Beaudesert. So I fully support this recommendation and look forward to the completion of the revitalisation project.
Thank you. Councillor Chalk. Sorry, I thought you were ready first anyway. Go ahead, Councillor.
Let me go. Thank you, Councillor Chalk.
Go ahead, Councillor.
Look, I just want to reiterate, this is a major project for Beaudesert, and probably the most major project for Beaudesert in many, many years. So it's essential that we get on with the project, get it finished, and make sure that we know our community are really looking forward to this in our growing town.
Councillor Chalk.
Yeah, look, I agree. It's one of those things. I think we've got to finish the project and do it right. It's going to be a big thing for the township of Beaudesert. So we've got to see this one through. So I'm supportive of it. It's a shame that we've had to dig in a little bit deeper to get this one done, but it's just the reality of what's transpired in the last 12 to 18 months. So I think we've got to stand up now and just get it done. Get the township revitalised in the main street here, and hopefully we see the flow-on effects in future years. So I'm supportive of this motion.
Thank you, Councillor. Anyone else seeking leave to speak? Councillor McInnes.
Thanks, Mayor. It is a great project for Beaudesert. As Councillor Enright suggested, it's been a long time coming, and it's I suppose I can remember reading about it 15 years ago, Councillor West, where there was going to be library and this and that and everything else, and I think this is a great first step for the revitalisation, and hopefully for the if we can get a continuation of the bypass and take even more trucks out of town, and yeah, people will want to come and spend their time in Beaudesert, and it will help businesses and it will help the whole environment. So I'm glad we're seeing it through, and there's other stages still to do, and we'll work our way through those in time. But this is a very good first step, and hopefully we get it completed sooner rather than later. The environment isn't easy for building anything these days, and hopefully it can be done as soon as possible.
Thank you, Councillor. I will also take leave to speak. Supportive of the motion before us, but reflecting on some of the comments, the reality is we have embarked on a long-term project for revitalisation of our town centres, and we've started, and none of these have got exactly the same price point, and none of them at present are actually completed of the whole works. What's been done on Tamborine Mountain Main Street is not the complete revitalisation, it's a stage one. What's been done in Boona is not a complete revitalisation, it's a stage one. And what's happening here, whilst we've got it referred to as stages, is actually part of a long-term plan. However, we also recognise we have a range of other communities that have been waiting patiently, although increasingly impatiently, for them to come forward for planning and so forth. So we raised this topic of equity in the chamber earlier today, and I think we need to be careful when we toss words around about equity when we just equate it to a dollar number. Some of the challenges that some of our communities face, to give them what we think is a fair performing community, which is what town centre revitalisation is about, may have a bigger price tag than we can comprehend without significant external support, such as this project. That doesn't mean we shouldn't do it. Historically, that's why you end up with some of these projects pushed down the road until the point where your economy's at failure. We have a lot of stress across our communities that needs to be addressed. We are working hard to solve that, whether it's sporting facilities, whether it's town centre social and economic activation, or our road networks or anything else. There is demand far beyond what we can accommodate, and we have to take that strategic view of setting priorities and moving forward with a logical sequence, and desperately calling out to our state and federal colleagues to respect the challenges that we face and to make sure we continue to have grant rounds that make it possible for our communities to enjoy some of the facility and benefit that all of our urban cousins seem to get so easily. I support the recommendation. You wish to close? Those in favour?
Yes, Councillor McConnell.
That's carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. We shall now bring our meeting to a close. Thank you for those deliberations and the reality that we do face difficult challenges from time to time. But to those joining us in the gallery today, thank you for your time. I'm sure we will see you in some form or other through the consultation process for the budget. Otherwise, we hope you listen in to the next ordinary meeting. But at 1:33, I am declaring the meeting closed. Thank you.